What's up, y'all? How is everybody doing today? It's Monday. I see we have Cider, 3RVNO, Sebastian, Davey the Hug Monster, Albert Katstain, sick at home. Same here. Shame, dudes. I hope you get better soon. Isomatic, Greedo Kenobi, Wired Creatures, Modu, Chris Pizzy, Mooders, Isaac Criley, Rabbits. Jeez, how long does it take to get ready? Sorry. So I had to feed the dogs. It's a little bit later than I usually stream. I was expecting some power outages and stuff earlier, which didn't actually happen. But one of those things where, like, I don't want to get into it, and then suddenly they change their mind, and it does. So it's like, held off a bit, figured I'm going to do a bit of a later stream. And then as I was like, okay, just getting ready, I was like, wait, shit, I haven't fed the dogs. And if I get into it, like, it might be, like, late by the time I'm finished, and they're going to be moaning, and poor things, you know. So I got to do my bird dad duties, and that kind of stuff. Hello, Radar Mars. Have I missed anybody? Sasha, Chrisanova, Wave Morpher, New Life. How's everybody doing today? So, finally get to see a Dash Glitch live stream. I'm glad you're here. It's probably because it's a little bit later, like the time is a bit different to the usual times. So we may have some different folks in here. It's 20 past 6 right now. I believe it's the same as like a lot of Europe. We have a similar time zone. Exactly. So I'm thinking, you know, maybe we can kind of try keep it a little bit minimal today, a little bit chill, and focus in more on kind of musical and rhythmical elements with a little bit of sound design. Obviously, we're gonna do, you know, we're gonna get there and stuff like that. But I mean, like, I want to try focus in on creating more compelling rhythms and melodies and that kind of stuff without having to rely too much on sound design tricks. And I feel like, you know, and in this day and age with so many presets and so many plugins and you know, so many things at our disposal, I guess I'm already breaking the rule where I've got like so many stuff on this piano. Excuse me. Is that a new studio you are sitting in? Nice one. It's fairly newish. I mean, the room is the same. I just revamped it a couple of months ago. Took down everything, redid all the walls, painted them, remounted the panels with LED strips and stuff behind them. It's one of those things where, you know, like as you're developing the studio, things kind of pile up, and then it gets to the point where it's like things it's not very well thought out. There'll be like a synth on top of a thing, and like, you know what I mean? And it was getting to the point where it was just like critical mass. Like I couldn't deal with it anymore. So I figured, like, take everything out and rethink, like, what are the most important things? Just put those like right here. You know what I mean? So it involved like redoing a lot of the desk stuff and that kind of stuff as well. But a lot of it was DIY, so it took me a couple of weeks to do. But you know, so like what I did is like I just set my PC up in the living room, like behind here. Just kind of like worked off that for a little while. I think it was like I think what happened was so I usually stream on the Mondays and then I'll release videos on Fridays. And I think it was like Tuesday I started and got like fairly almost all the way through, and then got a lot of the stuff like set up again so that I could stream again the next Monday, while I just like kind of touched up little bits here and there. So I guess the planning was the key, like when to do it. You know what I mean? Thomas, how you doing, dude? How's the new PC? It's insane. I think the best thing about it is like I feel like I don't hit those brick walls anymore. You can kind of just like keep going with ideas, and render when you want to. Do you know what I mean? I watched your studio tour the other day, and with that weird instrument, I had to think about the neighbor concert guy. Yeah. So like my idea now, like today, is to like try to keep things very minimal. Okay, what happened with that piano? So I'm gonna try and use instruments that are kind of like not too sound designy. Obviously, we're gonna throw in little bits and pieces here and there. And focus in more on like the rhythmical stuff, create like interesting beats and rhythms and that kind of stuff. Hello, what is IDM? IDM it's basically like a blanket term for, I guess, anything that's kind of not quite glitch hop, not quite trip hop. It's not, I guess stuff like Aphex Twin comes to mind. A lot of Mr. Bull kind of stuff comes to mind. It's, I guess, everything else that doesn't quite fit into any electronic music category. So like what I've set up here is, I guess it's a pretty simple rack if you think about the components, but it essentially just like takes this piano sound and just turns it into more of an atmosphere. So IDM is just music. There's, I guess with IDM, it's there's a certain level of rhythmic complexity that kind of is one of the few things that are like a rule within the IDM genre, I guess. I guess that's like the intelligent dance music kind of thing. It's like rhythmically more intelligent than other dance music, if that makes sense. But it's just the name. It's not actually. Do you know what I mean? Aphex Twin. I guess Aphex Twin is like the quintessential IDM artist. Ortekra, Aphex Twin, Square Pusher, names that come to mind. More old school IDM, I guess. Oh, okay, yes. So that's actually Ariel Stura. That's actually a very good um, call. Reverse some of the things. So actually, there's an effect here, kilohertz reverse. I don't know if you folks know this. It's essentially a delay, but it just reverses the signal as it delays it, and you can set the time here. So there is actually already some reverse happening on the piano. I want to talk you through this, like I said, pretty simple effects rack. So the piano just raw is this, and then the reverser basically just adds that extra layer to create that counter pattern, like you say. One of the key things also to this particular patch is the strum instrument. What's happening here is that there is slight randomization on the time of the strum. So every time it strums, there's a slight difference in that speed of the strum. Does that make sense? So it'll like sometimes go brum and sometimes go da-da-dum. You know what I mean? And that kind of just gives it more, I guess, rhythmical complexity. But then, okay, in terms of the effects, after the Onape. After the reverser, then we have reach reverb. I think that's just the stock default setting that it's loaded on. And then I've got the Bitwig delay, but this is also set to reverse mode. So this does like a ping pong pattern with extra little reverse tails in the mix. But now it's basically taking, you can think of it like the original piano sound. Now it's got a layer of the reverse. Then there's a little bit of reverb that kind of like smooths the original with the reverse signal. And then the whole lot of those kind of just get mangled and reversed a bit more. But then there's a ping pong element. So kind of like got the stereo effect happening. The next element is this. It's a combination of Cloud Seed, which is another reverb, and Portal, which is like a granular thing. And this is on the preset Chordal Clouds. And this is also, it's the default preset, but I just turned the dry down. So essentially it's 100% wet with some granular. And the trick here is to mix this. So you can mix it from the piano into the ambient, you know what I mean? That's why I've kind of put it in its own effects layer. So you can mix between the two very easily. Yeah, it's basically reverseception. Okay, let's add some rhythmical bits here. I'm gonna go with play beat and just drop some random stuff in here, I think. The signal chain is wider than the sound itself. If you had one of those curved screens, you'd have to like... Oh, hey, Data Broth, how are you doing? Don't you know play beat? I love it. I love it. I'm so glad they added the zoom. I swear they saw me finicking about with this. I'm still undecided about Soundplant 2, to be honest with you. Like, chatted to quite a few people about it, you know, rendered a few sounds through it that sounded pretty dog shit, to be honest. I understand that there obviously really are, like, creative capabilities to it, but I'm undecided. So, like, I don't have a take on Soundplant 2 yet. Like, I haven't developed a full opinion on it yet. But it just hasn't quite wowed me yet in terms of the practical applications. It's like concept, 10 out of 10. Like 100 out of 10. Practical applications, I'm just not sure yet. You know what I mean? It's even got this cool thing here in the options, linear groups. So if you turn all of these on, it won't play two sounds at once. So when you randomize, it'll only ever fill up a block linearly with one sound. And it'll like randomize a specific value. Whichever channel has the highest value, it'll put that in. Does that make sense? Yeah, you can export MIDI. What did I do now? Did I redo? Okay, no, that's fine. You can export MIDI over here, either like individual stems or the entire track with like 8 channels of MIDI, or you can do the audio. So we can just drag this here, and now we've got this thing in a loop. And now we can go here and just randomize it again, and then we will get another cool loop. We can just go export and then just drop this over here. And then what we're doing essentially is just like creating a bunch of rhythmical concepts which we can drag from as we're writing the track. So now essentially what we can do is we can kind of close off play beat, and we can kind of just drop these in where we want them. You know, we've got these two rhythmical ideas which we've just generated. Okay, sometimes it does a weird thing with the, it detects the thing at the wrong tempo. Let's go 95. I think it doesn't, it just assumes you won't be making music this slow. Hey, Beats Based, how you doing, dude? You know what could be cool? Is to just keep generating until we have like a 16 or 32 bars of a constantly changing rhythmical pattern using this thing. So like, let's try generate some more ideas here. You know what? We can just delete that because it's basically just those two again. Or we could even, in Playbeat, we could set this, and then what this does is each time it loops, it automatically generates a random. But I find this a bit too random. Sometimes I want to randomize, grab some stuff, and then choose which randoms to repeat. Because that way, it's like you get these technical things that are kind of based on chance, but it's you choose what is being played. So at the end of the day, it's like, think of it like a robot giving you ideas, and you're just the conductor of like an orchestra of random robots. I wonder why it's not working. It's so weird. It doesn't want a random. Oh, is it because the loop is too small? Okay, we've made some fills now. Oh! Oh, if you're in knife mode, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, by the way, switches the modes. If you hold Alt and you just drag, you can cut it on the increment of the grid. So if you zoom in, it basically just cuts it on whatever the grid is that you're zoomed. Pretty cool thing. Alt. Shot, data breath. Well, whoa, I haven't even saved yet. Time to save. I'm trying to be very minimal. Do you know what I mean? Trying to make, instead of just sound designing the track to death and overproducing it to death, trying to make more methodical decisions into like the musical elements, like the melodies, harmonies, and the rhythms. Because at the end of the day, that's like the important stuff, you know? If you can have a track with just like a kick, a snare, basic rhythm, and a piano, and it grooves, the rest is just ear candy. Do you know what I mean? So I'm trying to just like get it to wax with just those very minimalistic elements. And then I'm going to try sort of add the sound design rather than working the other way around. Do you know what I'm saying? We need a name for this track. What do you call this? Overglitch. Underglitch. Underglitched. very much in the zone. Getting carried away here. So, you know what we could do is this, which I haven't actually talked about much. These travelers. So what these are is basically like, how can I explain it? Like collections of instruments. But the coolest thing about it is like you set the key that you're working in, right? So like F or whatever. And then this randomize button basically just randomizes what loops are playing. So it's a pretty cool place to quickly just get inspiration, whether or not you're actually going to use these elements in the track. It's a pretty cool way to just like get quick ideas, you know, just like randomize what instruments is being looped and that kind of thing. It is mostly sample based or loop based in the idea of these like travelers, but at the same time it's like really, really cool just to get these kind of quick ideas, or you could run that through a granularizer or whatever the case is. I did explain the thing that's on the piano a little bit earlier, but I'll run through it again quickly. Kilohertz reverser, a reverb. My choice was reach. Delay plus with the reverse setting. It's doing the reverse again. Then it's got combination of cloud seed and portal. This is the important thing. Cloud seed and portal is basically doing the granular textures. And then the rest is just like mixing stuff, you know. Anyway, let's have a look at this stuff. So, here it basically chooses the note based on what you input here. So if we say, for example, put in an F like this. This is nice, and I think it's at the rhythm, the triplet rhythm that we have already. This particular tabla loop. Oh, that's sick. I think the trick with this kind of thing is to like use it sparingly, so it's not like the same loop over and over again. So like, let's render out these parts. I wonder if we can drag it, because okay, no. With Falcon, I know if you load these in, you can actually just drag them directly if you're not using the UVI workstation. But regardless, we could just solo it, and then you know what? I'm actually going to turn these reverbs in the plugin off. And we can just render these blocks out like bit by bit. We could even just... Okay, no, let's bounce. Let's not bounce in place because I want to actually create a new channel for each one. It was this one. I think this one was pretty cool. Yeah, that one was pretty cool. I end up like warping them and stuff a lot as well because a lot of the time with these more organic rhythms, they often don't fit like very nicely on the rhythm that you're going for, or on the groove that you're going for, you know. I actually don't like this particular tableau one. Maybe we have another one we can choose from. Yeah, that one's cool. Let's bounce this out. And I think this one was pretty cool as well. Now we've just got like a bunch of layers which we could just use as context, you know. We don't even have to use it all. We could chop them out or just use like individual bits. So the first thing that I'll do when I'm doing this kind of thing is like hone into like each layer and, like I said, like warp them so that they're perfectly on the grid. Okay, this one sounds good enough. So like this, for example, we could just use like as a hit or like a fill at the end of a bar every so often, you know. So let's say boom here, and then again here, and then we can just like duplicate that, you know. What made you switch from Cubase to Bitwig? What didn't? What didn't make me switch? You know, in retrospect, there was a lot of things that were like infuriating me about Cubase, and things just weren't changing. Things just weren't changing. Many, many years. Nothing happened. No updates. And compared to stuff like Bitwig, and now recently I've been comparing Ableton as well. In my opinion, you know, Cubase is light years behind. I always used to say, like, you know what? I'm not going to do DAW takes. I'm not going to do this because every single time I start a war and it gets taken out of context, and they're all good. They're all good. For me personally, Bitwig is what I choose to work in. But I have Cubase. I have Ableton. They're all good. You know what I mean? If you are actually like interested in like the real reasons, I've done several videos. Actually, two important ones are that are like I basically did a video about a month after I switched, talking about my 5 favorite things about Bitwig and the 5 things that I miss about Cubase. And then a year after that, so I've been in Bitwig for like over a year now. So a year after I did that video, I did like a follow-up, talking about how like a lot of the things that I missed about Cubase that I've like thought about, and there are actually easier ways to do it, you know. Anyway. I want to make a duplicate of this kick as like a secondary kick. So what I want to do is just remove or mute all these that are actually playing here. And I want to make this one really short. So it's just like the transient of the kick. Barely any body. So it's just like okay, a bit more than that. And we can maybe detune it a little bit or just speed it up. Just to create like some extra beats. Well, at least you're honest, bro. I can't fault you for being honest. Is there a way to get some sounds on your Patreon without a membership? To be honest, the best thing is check my store. I do have some free packs there. um, What do you mean, why are all YouTubers upset with Patreon? I'm pretty sure any YouTuber who uses Patreon as a means of support is not upset with it because it's like, it's the hand that feeds. Do you know what I mean? You don't bite the hand that feeds. Maybe people are doing like drama videos about it because they don't have other stuff to talk about or whatever, but I'm pretty sure Patreon's alright. I mean, I use it. It's great. I guess it's less about the value and it's more about the support. So one thing I've noticed about Patreon is that more people sign up and don't download anything than the ones that are getting the value. Does that make sense? So for me, it seems like it's more of just a support means, and then they're getting gifts. Like they're helping me and then I help them. It's not like a product. It's not a subscription product. Does that make sense? So it's not the kind of thing where it's like, it's pretty cool because people don't expect like, oh, I want new presets, I want this and that, and that kind of thing. Well, at least for me, that's something I've noticed is like my community is just very cool there, I guess. People don't really expect much. It's more of just like yeah, I'm going to support you because what you do is good. And then I'm like, okay, well, because you support me, here's some extra stuff. Does that make sense? But also bear in mind that it's different. So like, the stuff on Patreon is more like conceptual new ideas and that kind of thing. Whereas the stuff that I sell on my store is like finished presets. Does that make sense? So it's like maybe a little bit more fine-tuned, but maybe there aren't as many inspirational ideas or whatever. I don't know. Whatever the case is, a lot of the stuff on Patreon is like, every time I have a video, I just put all of like the brain farts that I have during the video up. But not all of those ideas ever make it to presets. Does that make sense? So it's a different type of thing, I guess. Welcome to Patreon. Here is your Discord link. Goodbye. What? I support a few creators on Patreon. I support them. Hey, Snow Metal, how you doing? I actually checked a couple of your tutorials. I support them because I love... You know what? In fact, actually, I was like listening to IDM today, and in the recommended, one of your tutorials came up for IDM. So if you guys are interested, I'm pretty sure he's got some good content. I can't really vouch for it because I didn't check too much of it out, to be honest with you. Like, I was just listening and cleaning the house and stuff, you know, doing that kind of thing. But like, I'm pretty sure I've seen some before. We don't expect much, but you give so much more to your Patreon. So I'm glad you think so, Psyder. I'm glad you think so. Maybe we can change up these chords in the second part a little bit. I need to run to the bathroom now. I'll be back in 2 minutes, folks. Let me loop this for you. Don't go anywhere. And don't forget to hit the like button. I do appreciate every little bit. Well, that's a good point, Glyph. How do I actually say your name? Is it Gilp2 or is it Glyph or Gilf? But is paying for sample packs and presets not the same thing as supporting the artist? Like, I guess theoretically, yes, but it's supporting the artist through a means of buying a product. Some people just want to be generous. You know what I mean? Seemingly more than I ever imagined, actually. So, Patrick, how are you doing? So, I guess it's one of those things where, like, some people are looking for something in return, and ultimately it ends up supporting the artist. Both are good. I mean, I appreciate both, but some people don't want presets. Do you know what I mean? So they make their own sounds and that kind of thing, and they just like want to support. They just want to, okay, thank you. You made a tutorial. That's for your effort. Does that make sense? Kind of like a buy me a coffee or whatever the case is, you know? But there's also like discounts. So like, for example, the Patreon, like on my Patreons, like every time I release a preset pack, I'll do like pretty big discounts for my Patreons. And in fact, there's one tier of Patreons that gets most of the stuff like for free in gift returns, basically. This needs a bass. Should we do like a sub hit, like with the main kicks, and then like kind of like glitchy basses in between, or should we do like a call and response type of thing, or should we do a coherent kind of bass that grooves with the rhythm? What do you guys think is gonna fit? I think with this kind of more broken style, a call and response can help to kind of like bring this broken rhythm back to something that's kind of more centered. So like if you have the main hit on the beginning of each bar, for example, or half a bar, it turns these kind of incoherent beats into a larger loop with a kind of more sensible rhythm, if that makes sense. I'm liking Crispy Clip a lot. I used to be K-Clip, quite a K-Clip fanatic, and in my tests, I've only really compared it to K-Clip because that was my favorite before, and it sounds so close. I can't tell the difference with all the material that I've tested it with, and it uses about half the amount of CPU. So, I mean, for me now, it's not really an issue. But before I changed PCs, I was using it more and more. And I've started to really like the interface. It's super readable. I find like it's very hard to find a clipper that's interface is actually like very readable. Like you can see exactly what's being chopped off. And it's like a big interface. Like the waveform is big. You can see exactly what's being chopped, you know? Super intuitive. The keys aren't the greatest, to be honest with you, but the reason I really like the Microlab is because it's small. I don't really play keys. I just smash 1 or 2 notes at a time. Not even at a time, like with one finger, like boom, boom, you know? Maybe even like a minor chord at most. So for me, like the feel of keys isn't important. I can tell the difference. I mean, like, it's not something like, it's not something that you can compare it to like a semi-premium kind of synthesizer or like a Korg kind of mini log or something like that. You can't really compare them because those have a nice springy action. The Microlabs do feel a little bit plasticky, but super affordable, and it's super small. So it's the kind of thing that you can kind of knock about and not feel too bad about. So that's why I use it as my main controller. I've had so many MIDI controllers in the past where like one knob will stop working or one thing will stop working and it's just fucking annoying. And just being able to like replace it because it's cheap, I think that's the key factor here. It's also very small and it fits on this little stand that I've got here. So it's like about the same size as my typing keyboard. And so, I mean, now it's not really a thing. I mean, I've got the space, but I like having things a little bit spaced out, you know, a bit of a minimal setup. Because like I said, I don't play like multiple octaves at a time. I've now done something. I think I unplugged the USB on it by mistake or some shit. For some reason, it should just, like, pick up again, shouldn't it? It's there. It's odd. You know, it could be cool because I've added an extra harmonic into this bass. You can hear it's got that kind of like high frequency sound. You can kind of play with that as if it was a chord. So like kind of alternate the notes that that harmonic is playing. So instead of doing just this, we could say create a variation of this and then play this sound, but then alter the harmonic that that's on. So for example, let's say the next one down, which is like here, for example. It feels like it just happens to line up with whatever that chord is there. And so like it's really cool to play with these, and it just sounds like it's these complex bass chords and stuff going on, but it's just you're just playing around with different harmonics that are present in the bass. Do you know what I mean? Let's do a different one. So let's duplicate this again. Oh, thanks, Databroth. And then maybe shift this to the next one down. Boom, like that. Okay, this one doesn't work. I guess it's trial and error, you know. Unless you know like what chords and what harmonic lines up and whatever, but not me. Technically they will all work because it's just an octave of the root. Do you know what I mean? So it will all work, but it's about finding the one which is closest to that chord. Does that make sense? Everything above a certain harmonic will be out of pitch because it's a ratio, not enharmonic, but it'll sound interesting. Aren't chords just ratios of the fundamental, dude? Hello, is there a way to patch Vital standalone so you run a sequence with LFO, like in Phase Plant? So, yes, you just use the LFOs. So it's actually the same like you would do in Phase Plant. So like in Phase Plant, you would use your LFOs to basically create steps. So like triggers like this, these would be your gates. And then you would create your steps, right? And these would be like your pitches. And you just assign this to like the pitch and this to the level of the oscillator. And then here you can actually lock it to specific pitches. So like here, for example, you can say only play in the minor. Chords are stacked thirds generally. No, dude. This is a fifth. So like the root and the third harmonic is actually a minor and major chord together. So like the third harmonic is 1 octave plus the fifth, which makes a major or minor. And it doesn't matter what ratio you go up, it always land on either the fifth or the third, which will be the next one up. So like, it's always a ratio. And there's a reason that these chords sound harmonic, and it's because they all line up to a ratio, dude. Well, actually, no, it's blah, 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 blah. Chords sound good because they're harmonic, because they're ratios of the fundamental. Anyway. You need to hold the key, absolutely, yes. Yeah, not all chords sound good, but all ratios of the fundamental, on top of the fundamental, will either make a major or minor chord. It's just, that's harmonic series. That's how it is. So the thing is, like here, the reason that some of them aren't lining up to my ear is because there's chord changes. The track is not diatonic, which means here, for example, the root is playing plus one fundamental, which is either the G or the D sharp. So in the first run, okay, we're getting technical here. In the first run, it sounds okay. In the second run, not so much. So I was just going up the series to find one that was like the one that resonates to the ratio, do you know what I mean? Because there was a chord change. So it's like about finding which ratio lines up, you know what I mean? But like technically, they'll all resonate with the root and create a chord. Whether it's the chord that lines up to everything else in the track or not, that's what it's about. But it's always going to be a chord. Chord is always a ratio of the fundamental. Oh no, oh no, oh no, let's not go there now. at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, like, you know what I mean? Because, like, there can be, like, the technical explanation, which, like, will make everybody happy in terms of how you define it. But then there's the knowledge and knowing how to practically apply it. So all of that shit out the window, it grooves. You know what I mean? Forget harmonics, forget all that shit. Vital, sine wave, harmonic series, play with it. Does it sound good? Stick with it. Do you know what I mean? Forget all the technical shit. Like, it's just make it groove. You know what I mean? It's 100% it. Like, I was doing it by ear. Do you know what I mean? And like, it was playing with Vital and this particular wavetable harmonic series where I was like, yo, okay, it does this thing which sounds like a chord. And like, now I kind of use that as a sound design tool. So like, the technical stuff, whatever, you know? It's just for people to debate about in YouTube comments, you know? I've actually got a patch in Phase Plant. I think I might have showed this before. Yo, I need an update. Have you guys seen the new features? I haven't updated because I actually got the beta, so I know the features already and stuff. So like, but one of the new features is, wait, I'm not going here. What am I doing? What were we gonna do again? Oh, the bass thing. The bass thing. Picture. One of the new features is a nonlinear filter in the generator section. And that's pretty huge because the nonlinear filter sounded really good for bass sounds, but often you don't want to do too much filtering here because then it's a long explanation, but to get really tight transients that trigger every hit, you end up doing poly-processing, and then that ends up killing your CPU. But if you can just do the filter here in the generator section, it negates that whole thing of the poly lanes because the generator section is automatically poly. So every envelope will trigger 100%. It won't have a slope to re-trigger. Does that make sense? And that's often, that little slope to re-trigger is often what makes the Cytrons baseline transient a little bit smeared. So long story short, nonlinear filter can be used on Cytrons baselines without the CPU hit. Anyway, this patch, okay, you know what? I'm going to just quickly exit and get back in because I think something happened to the MIDI controller. How quick is that, eh? Yo! Damn, son. Why is it still not playing? What have I done? Let me try unplug and plug it back in again. That always works. Okay, now it's working. That was weird. Okay. So basically what this is it's a bunch of bass sounds that I already made, rendered into a loop, and then loaded into Phase Plant's granular oscillator. So the idea is that it's position gets randomized. So you can do a thing where every time you trigger it, it's just basically generating a new bass sound. So it's really cool for these kind of aux bass hits, you know, like the call and response type of stuff, but the response of the bass. Sometimes you want something that's a bit randomized. Sometimes you want something that's maybe a bit more programmed. But I'm going to show you how we can program it like after we just throw in a bunch of hits here. Is this the version with the limiter though? Yes. Okay. That's quite important. Let's set it to the triplet. Actually, we don't want anything in the first run. We want to go like this. But the real cool trick is if you actually turn off the randomization of these grain. You can do this with the Bitwig sampler, by the way. I like having it in phase plant because it's just more like kind of DAW agnostic. So if I do ever want to share the patch, it's just easier. Let's not randomize. Let's say with the velocity. Jacob, thank you. With the velocity, we can map this to the scrub position. What this is doing is basically just choosing where in that loop it's going to grab the sample. And so using the velocity now, we can actually program. We can like now do the same hit over and over again. Do you know what I mean? The other cool thing about this is the pitch modulation. So we could do like that kind of stuff. But here, let's say I want it to loop longer. So like it goes quite quickly, but I want like longer hits like this. So let's, yeah, like this. That's cool. I think you've asked me this already. How does the original sample sound? It sounds like that. It's just like a bunch of random bass sounds. So now we can use what note is being played to change the pitch of the bass. We can use the velocity to change the sound of the bass. And then we can also pitch modulate it to give it some wobble and that kind of thing. So here we can actually go in and trigger each note with its own kind of velocity. And you can actually hear it auditioning the sound. actually got one that's the same thing. I've actually got a tutorial coming out on this, so I'm not going to explain too much, but it's the same concept. The tutorial is going to be on how to actually make the sound that I loaded in here. Does that make sense? But the patch is the same. It's just like randomly, it's vocal chops basically. One of the kind of key things, I guess, about kind of IDM and breakbeats and that kind of thing is these kind of exponential rhythms, which are slightly off the grid, but at the same time, there is some kind of rhythmic nature to it. It repeats. So there is kind of some sense of rhythm there. But when it layers over the original beat, it just adds this kind of almost like a flam to the original beat. Me, let's keep it minimal. 2 hours later. Okay, I gotta go to the toilet real quick. I'll be 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys very shortly. But these kind of things definitely need to be chopped. You know what I mean? It's definitely grooving. I dig it. Yeah, so we're going to bounce this. Then we're going to chop the best parts. Put those in wrong genre. This is the right genre. Oh, okay, so already there's this nice groove happening here in this first little clip. So here, I want to change it. I want to maybe repeat this first note again. Do you know what I mean? I want to go like did. We want it on. Why? Oh, it's on adaptive. That's why. And so, like, with this kind of thing, what I like to do is try get it so that there's not too much sounds playing over each other. So like, for example, here where there's a cool vocal thing, I'm going to maybe take out the bass so that the space isn't contested, you know? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, like, you don't really miss the bass when it's just one hit that's missing, you know what I mean? In fact, sometimes it actually starts creating more dynamics that kind of adds to the overall groove, you know? And here also we can maybe take out these extra kicks that were here. it's not actually hitting on the transients. It's just taking little bits. It's like M1 Tobin and Mr. Bull had a bit. Yo, thank you, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've been really piecing apart Mr. Bull's music and really trying to dive in and figure out like what it is. What is the thing? Do you know what I mean? Because this stuff is truly unique. You know, truly unique. And it's weird because a lot of the sounds you can listen, you can be like, okay, I know that sound, but it's all about how it comes together. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like M1 Tobin is very similar as well. It's so much in the arrangement. Both sound design, both are phenomenal sound designers, but it's really their arrangements which are like the key, I think. You know. What's your take? It's like with this, when I was like starting the project earlier, I was like, I really want to focus on the structures, the arrangements, and like the minimal aspects, and not kind of like just sound design it to hell, which was like kind of my usual trick. And maybe that's why it's sounding like that. You know what could be really cool here is like a drum pull. I've actually got a thing here which... So for those who don't know, if you put blank clips in your drum machine and you put it in front of anything, you can use that to name your clips here. So for example, like for programming drums, like it's makes this so much easier because you can see like, okay, here's the snare. So granted, this is not going to be the same for every drum library because they're all slightly different, but MIDI CC is generally the same for drum maps as far as I imagine, as far as I'm aware. Can you explain to me a bit about reggaeton and which drums are used within it? I think in my very limited knowledge of reggaeton, to be honest with you, very, very limited knowledge, I would say it's less about the drums and more about like the processing. So like a lot of the time it's about like the styles of like reverbs and delays, like spring reverbs and slapback delays. Like just put that on stuff and you'll get or instantly like a kind of reggaeton vibe already. And then it's also in the rhythm. Like, so instead of like a 4/4 beat, from what I know, the reggaeton beat is like 1/3, 1/3 snare, 1/3, 1/3 snare, instead of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Does that make sense? So it's very much in like the rhythm and the processing, and not in like what samples to use. You know, I would say. Anyway, so like if you just put in like blank clips in a drum machine, you can use that to name anything. So like what I've done here is like put in, basically mapped like a contact library that I use for drums, so that I never even have to go into contact. I can literally just be like, poof, okay, these are the sounds that I want for this drum roll, and I can just choose it straight from, you know what I mean, like choosing samples. This is the Arturia Piano V3, but like with absolute like default settings. You see like the original, like you open this for the first time, thing still pops up. Like I haven't even touched anything. That's pretty cool how the snare cuts off that bass note because of the sidechain, but it almost creates another bass note, but it's the same note. That note is like a burst of like aircon fan from my speakers. Have you tried Surdex T? Absolutely, it's great. I don't like the interface. The UI is a little bit busy for beginners, so it's a little bit advanced, but it's a great synth. Absolutely.
Take
Nice, nice. So like the beats are quite different because this one has that like offbeat snare. Yeah, thanks, Data Breath. I appreciate that so much. So this is like the offbeat kind of rhythm. So when it hits this, it's going to be like very different, you know, unexpected. That it's going to be like on the 4/4, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's like the perfect kind of like intro to drop kind of rhythm where you want that kind of weird broken rhythm and then it drops to something that's a lot more regimented, you know? Well, I think you nailed it. I mean, for me, like, I think the number one thing that has like pushed me to be a better producer is patience. You know what I mean? Is just giving yourself enough time to like really nail the groove. I feel like so many people, like, the moment something starts to sound naff, it's suddenly it's uninspiring. And it's difficult because I guess we're all like that, you know, the moment something's not like grooving. But the trick is to kind of have certain like muscle memories which you kind of go to, and I wouldn't say rely on those as much as use those as like a jump off method. You know what I mean? Like a fast forward to chapter 5 or whatever the case is. You know, it's just so that you can quickly lay things down, and you never get to the point where it's like, oh, this isn't quite grooving. You've already got something to work with that's decent. So one example of that is something like Playbeat. You know what I mean? I've learned a workflow with it that I'm able to kind of always get a good rhythm out of it, regardless of the genre. So have a couple of plugins that you rely on for certain things, like for quick little glitchy rhythms and stuff. I pretty much always go to Playbeat, even though there's so many plugins under the sun that can do that. It's just learning the workflow, being able to quickly just like smash it out real quick is really powerful. The other thing I would say is stuff like templates. So like the other example is that phase plant base sketcher thing that I was talking about, you know. It's a really simple kind of idea. It's just a granular with a limiter. But having something that you can quickly pull up and jump to and just get going, which you can then replace later down the line as a placeholder or something like that. Most of the time what ends up happening... dude, no worries. I appreciate it. You know what I mean? I appreciate it. So often, a lot of the time what happens is I'll throw a bunch of these things in, these like ideas or muscle memories or like kind of crutches that I turn to often. I'll end up removing like 95% of them. And then what's left is like just one little pluck here and one little hit here. But I've managed to kind of get to the point where I can start adding other stuff in and get a sense of the final groove before stripping everything back again. Does that make sense? It's almost like you're just using a bunch of stuff as placeholders to say like, okay, at this part, at this like exact time, something must happen. At this exact time, something must happen. Regardless of what the sound actually is, we can now go back later and chop things out and replace it and stuff, you know. But once you get the kind of the structure, then I guess everything else is just like putting stuff that you prefer into it's slotting it into place or whatever the case is. This particular time signature is 4/4, but I guess what makes it slightly different is that it's on a triplet grid or triole grid, however you want to say it. But then also here, these drums are, the snare is kind of like late and early. It's like half time but late. Sorry, half time but early. So it's like, I guess it's kind of like it's kind of like a reggaeton rhythm because the kick is doof doof ka doof doof ka doof doof ka. Does that make sense? But then here later on in the track, it kind of normalizes to a more 4/4 doof ka kind of rhythm. Do you know what I mean? So it's nice. Like I like to play with rhythms in this kind of simple fashion where you have, you basically just choose a time signature, whether it's triplet or not, and then you just either do a groove that's slightly early or slightly late on the snare or something like that, you know. And then later on in the track, you come back to something that's more of a regimented, solid rhythm. And then it kind of feels like this whole time you were waiting for that more normal beat. Then when it comes in, it kind of feels like a resolution. Like, okay, I can dance normally to this now before it goes like too complex again, you know? Oh, should I play the beat, just the beat alone with the metronome? Is that making more sense? So like this has this halftime but early snare. You can't hear the metronome? Well, that's so weird. Let me put in a hi-hat. That's so weird. I'm currently using the Arturia Minifuse 2 because I've recently upgraded my computer and my older sound card doesn't work with the new computer. So I'm in the process of actually upgrading. I'm busy saving. But hey, this Arturia Minifuse 2 is actually damn good for its size and for its price. Sound quality seems bang on. And yeah, the only thing for me is like I just need the extra channels, you know what I mean? Did you hear that hi-hat? Does that make sense now? Patrick. Maybe we can do some kind of like ARP using these chords. Some kind of interesting thing. What's happening here? Oh, it's this. The new PC, it's a i9 13th gen. Is that the one? 64 gigabytes of RAM, 2 NVMe drives, and GeForce 4070. Let's actually do an ARP with this. I think that could be a little bit more interesting, because we can play with like different. I actually want to show you guys a really cool trick that you can use for a kind of Hocket style thing, where each note is like a different instrument. You can get some really cool patterns this way. Okay, but here we're gonna have to set this to the triplet grid. There we go. I'm gonna be right back, folks. Give me 2 minutes. Maybe we can try some kind of semblance of a drop here at this part. Although, I did talk about a thing that I wanted to show you with this faceplant thing. So let me just turn this off for now. And I want to show you something really cool that we can do here. So if we group this phase plant and switch this over to a selector, you'll see this little thing pops up over here. So we can set this to random. And what happens is every note that it receives is going to generate, it's going to switch to a random layer in this rack. Which is really cool because we can create these kind of like pocket kind of rhythms using multiple different sounds, but like a single channel or single sound source. So here I'm just going to pull up some random, we probably want lead sounds or, not, but without effects. So you can put the effects on afterwards. So you see here how it jumps between these two channels at random. So we could like put a bunch of different, all sorts of things. So like let's put some phase plants in here. And I'm also just going to pull up some presets. Cosmic Dust, one of my favorites. Pull down the effects on this. Behringer and Ben Jordan are openly fighting each other on Facebook about Moog, threatening with lawsuits and shit. Well, first of all, what's new? Everyone's fighting on Facebook. But hey, Ben Jordan is fighting the good fight. Let's just put it that way. What mic do I use? Lewitt LCT 440 Pure. Hey, the signs, how you doing? I don't think I watched Ben's video and I thought it was pretty good. I don't think his implications were exactly that Behringer killed Moog. I think it was that this type of business practice will eventually kill all the boutique manufacturing synthesizers. It was, and the example is blaringly obvious in the company in which he pointed fingers at. Does that make sense? So I think is pretty dead on. But I'm gonna save myself a lawsuit and just say like it's either or. You know what I mean? This time it's 4/4, but it's a triplet. But the kick and snare are slightly off. It's like a half time snare, but early. The real question is, do you think Moogs are overpriced? I think, it's whether something is overpriced or not is always governed by the market. And, people were buying them. But the market is changing. So it's hard to say, when you compare a Moog to something like a sort of mass-produced synthesizer, maybe the specs on paper are the same, but the value is different in that it's hard to say. You get people who play synths and you get people who collect synths. So value varies depending on the type of user. And if you look at the higher end Moogs, stuff like the Voyagers and the Modular 50 series and that kind of thing, there's very limited runs of them. So like the serial numbers are in like the 3 and 4 digits. And so people value that kind of thing. Maybe I don't value it as much personally, because I prefer like a kind of more Eurorack style modular synth. But that doesn't mean that it's not worth that to the person who values that. Do you know what I mean? If we think about some analogous examples, in my opinion, are stuff like cars. Most of the people that just need something to get from A to B will just buy a mass-produced car, and it'll be fine for them. But some people like those like vintage or whatever the case is, those really special cars. Most of the time they don't drive them, they just sit in their garage, do you know what I mean? But it doesn't mean that it's not worth that to that collector or whatever the case is, I think specifically with the more boutique synths and stuff like that, I think their market is more to collectors and that kind of thing. A lot of people obviously play them professionally, but there are cheaper options. Everybody knows that, you know what I mean? So, and the people that are paying that price know it. They know that it's expensive in quotes, but at the same time, like, I mean, I worked in a music shop for 10 years, and in the guitar section there was a range of guitars from like the cheapest, what would be in dollars, like under $100, all the way up to like more expensive than a car, like American Fender Strats and that kind of stuff is like, especially in South Africa when it's the import price and stuff, it's ridiculously expensive. And people will come in and buy it, and a lot of those people don't even play guitar that much. They just want it to be a special thing. Does that make sense? So, like, it is what it is. Instruments and cameras and any hobby has incredibly expensive stuff. I mean, like, let's be honest. I've got all this Eurorack equipment here, and like, I'm not gonna sit and tell you like it's worth it. Do you know what I mean? Because I know that a lot of that stuff is overpriced, but I like it. It brings me joy, and so it's worth it to me. Does that make sense? Like, I'm telling you, like, actually, most of that stuff is overpriced, and I feel a bit guilty about it sometimes. But like, it brings me joy. Whatever. So we got these like 4 different sounds being triggered by like the same arpeggiator, and it's just randomly skipping between them. And we can kind of like bring them all together a little bit with some multi-effects processing. Oh, that's nice. Just as with this preset. I was thinking like we can do a glitchy thing with some re-triggers and stuff. This is actually a really simple patch. We probably could just... This tempo is 95, but I'm using Bitwig, I'm not using Cubase, but that wouldn't change anything. I want to bounce this and chop it because there's some parts which kind of work, but there's some parts that are a little bit too juicy. It reminds me of Tipper. Yeah, I love Tipper. Love Tipper's music. I really like. Thank you, Tyblee. Appreciate it. So much juice. It's crazy. The sound's very like vocal, even though there's not really much vocal stuff happening there. It's none. It's just synth patches. It's crazy. This, I don't even know. Like, this sounds so good. I love this kind of sound, like where it sounds like multiple things, but it's just also cohesive. It's this really cool trick, hey? Really, really cool trick. I think we need to bounce these because then we can actually like chop. You know, with these atmospheric stuff, like often with breaks and that kind of thing, I wanted to like build up and then poof, like control the silence. I think that's a very powerful technique for getting really good dynamics. You know, a lot of people will just like put a reverb on something and call it a day, but like bounce the reverb out and cut the tail in the breaks, and you're gonna get so much tighter sound. You know. And oh wait, the microphone was. Did you hear what I was saying there? Is the audio still gone? Okay, so what I was saying is like sometimes it's good to just like, you see here where we have this ambience in the break, to cut that tail so it's just the silence there and you can really focus in on these kind of glitches or whatever's happening in the break. But then also a nice trick is to, instead of silence, to cut a piece of the audio and just create like a gain envelope like this, because you're kind of creating your own riser that way. I often end up boosting it a little bit in the gain as well. Just so you have these kind of things. Here you see where we've got this thing that starts early, we can maybe rise to that. Can I send you a link to my LCD beat and you show it on your live stream? I don't capture my browser audio, so I'd have to actually download it and load it into my DAW. It'd be a whole spiel. So unfortunately, I won't be able to do that. What I do want to do is throw this into a granular. So we can bounce in place. We want to put in the phase plant granular, and I want to granularize this piano. Boom. Do this. We were in F. There we go. Because we could use this as a nice way of transitioning. You know, it's the actual sound that was there, but now we're using it as like a synth sound, you know? Setup being the operative word there. Like, I'm in the flow, bro. So because we chopped out, there's this loop that goes through several chords. There's 4 chords basically that the piano plays through. If we leave this little playhead here, it's hovering around the first chord, right? And we just modulated it a little bit so that the randoms aren't moving into this next part here. And then all we need to do is move this to here, and now it's the next chord in the sequence. And now the next chord in the sequence, and the next chord in the sequence. So we can kind of sequence these chords that we dropped in here by just modulating this, right? So what we could actually do is set this to a remap, and we could actually physically put in the exact values. So like, for example, we start on the 0, and then quarter of the way through, let's go to here, here, here. So what we do is we go like this. Yeah, that's about right. And then we can move this one up a little bit so that it's a little bit more balanced. Here we go. And now we can play these chords. How cool is that? Yes, I made the shimmer myself, but it is actually part of a pack. It's Catalyst, which is a pack that I've actually released. I wonder, is there links in the description for my store? So you can buy this. It's actually a collection of lots of stuff. Transitions, manglers, which are like glitchy effects, custom filters, some modeled after some analog filters and stuff. Some fancy comb filtering stuff, which is like, I don't know if you know, the kilohertz comb filter doesn't feedback, but if you stack a whole bunch of them on top of each other, it kind of does a weird feedbacky thing. So you can hack a feedback, but it's a pain in the ass to set up. So it's a bunch of these kind of things, you know. Links are in the description. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyway, bunch of custom filters and stuff as well, as creative effects like shimmers, multi-tap delays. Actually, another special thing here is the beat repeat. It's a little bit noisy, but I mean, it's the best we can do. But just having that inside phase plant is pretty cool. Let's make some kind of semblance of a drop here. What I'll usually do is just move things up a little bit. And then here, we'll create some kind of riser. In fact, let's duplicate this. Select everything, delete, take this. And reverse this section here. Because there is like a natural riser in that part there, right? Reverse. The trick is to do fakies. So like make it sound like it is the drop, but it's not actually the drop. So what you do is like just like the first kick and the bass note, that boom. Just that, and like the snare. Let's have that. Okay, so let's say for example do just like 4 bars. We can shift it along to suit. But let's just move this here. I guess it's about like feeling out the groove. So like here, for example, it feels like just like 2 repeats, then some kind of like rewind or fill or something, and then dropping into the beat. I think that kind of like sounds like a sensible kind of thing, you know? We can maybe even use some of these hits from this. Which one is that? Like FM kind of. There we go. We can maybe use this. It could be pretty cool. Like boof, bow. Okay, I think that's what I'm going to call it for tonight. It's getting a little bit late. Getting tired. Running out of ideas. You know how it is. Anyway, this was awesome. I really enjoyed this. Really enjoyed this. I'm not quite convinced yet, but it's about like just fine-tuning it and keeping on like working on the groove until the drop just hits. Do you know what I mean? Right at 4:20 p.m. Where is it 4:20? Bro, it's like 10:30. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, ET, Eastern Time. I see that. Okay. Can you believe it? What are the chances? Well, it's always 420 somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Thank everyone for tuning in. This was awesome. Thank you, everyone. I will see you guys soon. Actually, something very exciting, coming this week. Can't say too much about it. All I can say is that it's very exciting. So yeah, I'll see you guys soon. As always, thank you for tuning in, and don't forget the like, subscribe, all that stuff. See you guys next time. I'm going to let this loop once or twice for those who want to. Oh, Data Broth knows.